And pleased to be here, the WKLM Classic of the Country Challenge, the 20th annual Classic of the Country here at the Perry Reese Junior Community Center at Highland High School. I am Matt Coy, and alongside David Kuzy-Border alongside me right now. And Kuzy, of course, longtime Highland Girls assistant basketball coach, and of course now retired from that, Kuzy, but you're getting to a lot of basketball games, I understand, right?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Even though retired from coaching, going around traveling the country, watching our kids that are in college playing. So, yeah, we got kids playing at 6 different colleges, so I'm getting some miles in and enjoying doing that.
That's amazing unto itself, isn't it, Kuzy? Just the number of Highland players that are playing at the college level and really successful at the college level.
Yeah, what's really great is when those kids were here, even the kids now that Brady has, and not only at Highland, but all these kids playing at Classic in the Country, just exposure to college coaches play that next level if that's their dream and they want to pursue that. This really gives them a stage to do that.
No question about that. Now, for you, of course, many hats do you wear over the years for the Classic, and certainly being a part of this. What are some things you try to do to kind of keep things running smoothly here, especially this year for the Classic?
Yeah, and actually, Dave and Brady and I was talking about that last night at supper. We, the first couple years, we were joking about how little sleep we got, because we were trying to basically do everything. We've delegated things over the years, obviously, and things have run smooth. With that, Tom Jenkins wanted, So basically, my biggest thing now is taking care of the PA announcers, the music guy, making sure team host and everything is set up, and just all the little things. I think the little things make a big difference, and so making sure we create a great atmosphere for everybody that comes here.
You think about Tom Jenkins, yourself, the Dave Stable, everybody that's kind of made this possible over the years here. Just to think about the legacy, this has been really been a part of this community here. Really, has been something special for the Classic.
It's really neat. Yeah, absolutely. It's really neat being the 20th year now. I remember Tom talking about, when it first started, in 2003, about getting to double X, right? So here it is, year 20, and finally got a year that there's no snow, no ice in the forecast. So it looks, we kind of make a little side joke that a Classic weekend you can expect a snowstorm. but yeah, with Tom's passing and in 2021. Our thing now is just to keep this going for his that he would definitely want to see this. So Bryce, and Dave and Brady really doing a great job of keeping it going.
Certainly are, no question about that. Now for you, one of the teams that will be here at the Classic is Portsmouth, and you get a little kind of a special side story in connection with that.
Yeah, so Amy Hughes is a coach there, and so Amy Hughes played on a travel team back in 2000 with Aaron Hosettler and Jill Yoder, and her father is Mike, and so a lot of good connections, and we've maintained good friendships over the years, obviously. And so Amy played at UConn, and I remember her in high school down at Wheelersburg High School where she played, and coached her one summer in summer basketball. And about 3 years ago, she got the job at Portsmouth. She texted me and said, "Hey, I got some good young kids coming up. Keep me in mind for the Classic." And so yeah, it worked out great. That she's got, I think, all sophomores and freshmen now. Got a really good 8th grade group, so it's good getting new teams in here for sure.
All comes full circle, that's for sure. Great to see that when that happens. Well, Kuzy, thanks for all you do. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll be looking forward to hearing some of our broadcasts this year also.
Absolutely. I look forward to it, Matt. Thank you so much for WKLM's coverage of Classic in the Country and promoting the game of girls basketball.
David, thank you. That's the voice of David Kuzy-Border here at the Classic in the Country. I'm Matt Roy.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. This is the 2023 and 20th annual WKLM Classic in the Country. I am Matt Croy here at the Perry Reese Junior Community Center at Highland High School. And of course, this year we'll be broadcasting all 23 games at the Classic in the Country. And for the first time ever, we'll be video live streaming all of those games at the Classic in the Country. And you can, that is pay-per-view this year. You can go to theclassicinthecountry.org to find out the details of that, to download those games. And of course, you can go to WKLM-FM.com, click on the Classic link. Also, to find out how to do that. Of course, we'll have interviews and reports all weekend long on the radio on FM 95.3, as well as on our website, WKLM-FM.com. We'll also, for the first time ever, be interviewing people on YouTube. So we'll have video of our interviews also this weekend. So go to YouTube, search WKLM. You'll be able to find all those interviews also on video this weekend. So don't miss that. So don't miss our coverage this year of the 20th annual WKLM Classic in the Country Challenge here at Highland High School. I'm Matt Croy.
What's up, everybody? Tony Lane with WKLM, and you're here at the 2023 Classic in the Country here at the Perry Reese Memorial Center on the campus of Berlin High School. We have over 3 states here, 36 teams, and also 23 games over the course of 3 days. What a turnout, over 50 college prospects. You're missing out. Keep it locked in here for the whole weekend of entertainment. At the all the time, so. And it's Lily? I was just make sure it's not Lily or something, you never. And it's Bottomley, and you're going to Maryland, the Greyhounds, okay? And then it's Ashlyn Stark, like Tony.
Yeah.
But cooler,
yeah.
Right? All right. You just had a great game.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Tony Lane with WKLM here. We're here with the winners tonight, Northwest Indians, with the first win of the Classic in the country. We're with 2 stars of the game. Over here far right, we got Lily Bottomley, and we have Ashlyn Stark. Girls, great game, slow start, probably a little jitters. First game of the Classic. Got down 15-4 early, rough start, right?
Yeah, really rough.
That's right, we're forgetting about that though, right? Yeah. Because the next 3 quarters, you won all 3 quarters. Excuse me, you did not win the second quarter either. But no, you did. Yeah, 9-5, then you 11-7 and 15-8, and you really put together a nice win. So, is that your team? In the description, you get hit and you can capable of bouncing back. Are you a resilient team? Have you done this before of having a big deficit and coming back?
Yeah, actually, we did it last year at the Classic of the Country. We started off really slow, and then we came back and won in double overtime. So,
coaches probably would prefer if you got off to a quick start next time.
Yeah, he said that at halftime.
I mean, I'm looking at him over here, he's sweating a little
Before
bit.
he popped the blood vessel.
He kept his composure. For the most part. Ish. Composure ish. So, all right. Well, Lily, you're going to Loyola, Maryland. 2 points tonight, but you filled the stat sheet in a lot of different ways. 4 block shots, 10 rebounds, and an assist. But, you had the recruiting process of Maryland.
Yeah.
Why Maryland? Why did you end up choosing that school? And was that other options that you want to talk about, or was it always University Loyola, Maryland?
I always had other options, and especially a lot after I committed. I don't know, a lot of schools were slow to reach out, but I already had fallen in love. They took me out on a trip, and it was beautiful campus. Everybody was so nice. I mean, the coaches are so nice, and the team was really welcoming and accepting. So I just kind of fell in love with it right at the start, and I know it's far away from Ohio to Maryland, but
it's not that far.
It's 6 hours. So.
Oh, it's nothing. Day trip. Mom and Dad can come see you on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, well, I think we play Toledo or something, so that's
great.
Closer. So
that's what's nice about the non-conference schedule D1. You're going to see a lot of really cool places,
yeah.
And you get to eat crab cakes. Did they give you crab cakes on the recruiting trip?
No, we did go to the Cheesecake Factory, and there's not any really close around here, but I don't really like seafood, so.
Oh, well, you're going to have to find an alternative. Don't stay away from the Old Bay shops over there. A lot of Old Bay seasoning in Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
So, Ashlyn, what's it like playing with Lily, and how is it having someone so good down low as a guard to help pull some defenders off of you up around the perimeter?
I love it. Well, first off, Lily's just a great teammate all around. She's a joy to be around. We all love her. Yeah, her skills pay off a lot. She's 6'2". She can handle the paint. She usually, when one of us gets beat, she takes over, helps us out, and she just, even when she can step out, hit a 3 anytime, she can play the guard if she really wants to. So she's all around player.
Oh boy, yeah.
Wow.
You must think highly of her than Lily thinks.
Well,
about
it goes both ways, because having good guards out on the perimeter helps me a lot too, because it's not always really fun when there's 3 people on you and it's getting pushed around and there's 4 elbows in your back, and it's not always fun. So when Ashlyn can drive in and score, or somebody can get an outside shot, it helps me, and I appreciate it a lot.
Well, last question here for both of you. This is the Classic in the country. Describe what it's like playing here. This is your second game for both of you. What's it like in the atmosphere and as a girls basketball player playing at this kind of event? What's it like?
It's
Miss Stark, we'll go with you first.
Okay. It's exciting to get to see a bunch of new teams that you may have not ever played before, you may not ever hear of or anything. New competition, it's always great to see, better competition, so it's just stuff like that.
Yeah. I think it's exciting to come here and not play a team that's bad.
Yeah.
In conference play, you get stuck sometimes. You're oh gosh.
Well, yeah, sometimes our conference can be but CBCA is really good, but they recruit, so.
There we go. Name drop.
Yeah. Oh my God! You didn't bleep that out.
We just violate some OHSAA violations here. I say it's live, so
I
yeah.
complimented them. I said they were good.
No, they were good because of the recruitment. It's all good. So, well, thank you, ladies, so much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy the rest of the season, and bring home the gold this year and get you nice shiny bling, to take with you to your dorm rooms. So I'm Tony WKLM again. Lily Bottomley and Ashlyn Stark from Northwest Indians, winners here tonight. Congratulations and good luck again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just take a look here. Whenever I'm ready? Okay. Hometown rate? Nope. From the 2023 Classic in the country here at Highland, I'm Jake Seidel, joined by two Sheridan players, Jasmine Stinson and Ava Heller. And you two had a very good game to get things started, but I just want to ask you first, what's it like to be here playing in an event like the Classic in the country?
It's special for us. I mean, there's great competition here every year, so being here, working on our game, getting us better for the tournament run, it really helps us a lot.
And Jasmine, I know you really helped your team get going in that one. You had some big shots, you had some steals, and you played some great defense, and that's what really helped you get out to that big lead in the first half.
Mm-hmm. I just think being able to get the momentum going, it's early morning game, so getting momentum going early, getting our team up, I think that's what works best for us.
And you mentioned the competition. I know it's always a tough one to have that big of a lead and then have a team come back. But how is that going to help you, especially down the stretch as we get closer to tournaments?
Just knowing how to keep a lead. I mean, we know they were going to come. They're not going to give up at halftime. We knew they were going to put the pressure on, but learning how to keep a lead will help us a lot during tournament runs.
Ava, you also hit some big shots there in that second half that really kept your team ahead until late in that third quarter. What did you see out of your team today that's a positive you can look forward to with the rest of the season?
I feel like we really gave a lot of effort today. Even though we took a tough loss, I feel like we still tried to keep the momentum going and tried to execute, even though we really couldn't, but I think we tried our best.
And of course, it's always, you got to try your best and you got to be out there and have fun, even in a big event like this. Well, thank you for your time. You guys, it was great seeing you guys play so hard, especially that early in the morning. That's something I never would have been able to do in high school. So thanks for your time, and we wish you luck on the rest of your season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Day one, game two here from Classic in the Country. I am Troy Fritz, and behind us here we have Waynedale from the Wayne County Athletic League Division III school taking on Portsmouth, also Division III school. Waynedale, of course, coming off of their 2 back-to-back Final Four seasons in which they went to the state semifinals, looking to make a return this year. It's day two here at day one at the Classic in the Country, and good basketball here. You can catch all of our games live stream on WKLM-FM.com, courtesy of Claxon Communications, right here at Classic in the Country. Again, day one, game two here. More to come. Be sure to stay tuned here on WKLM.
Jake Saddle here with Carter Micheler at the 2023 Classic in the Country. Carter, of course, a Golf State champion out of Highland High School, and now I believe you're playing at Ashland. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, one, thanks for spending some time with us, too, and you're back home. You're running with the entertainment team today. How'd that happen?
I think for me, personally, just this is home. And I grew up going to all the basketball games, and just basketball is just another sport that just, fuels the community. So, been doing it since I was little, so, why would I stop now? So, yeah.
And, of course, there's no better time to come to a basketball game in Berlin than the Classic in the Country. And so, are you just out here trying to help out, keep the people entertained?
Yeah. I know Mark and Brady and Tim, the sleigh ball boys, well, and Brady hooked me up with the entertainment team. So, yeah.
And like you said, it's great to be home, but talking about some of your accomplishments, like we said, you're a state champion golfer and out golfing at Ashland. How's your golf career going in college?
Good. I've traveled every tournament. Speaking with Coach, I will soon, or I have the lowest scoring average in fall Ashland history with 73. So I guess the only way is up, and hoping to win this spring. So I got a lot of goals and gonna work toward them. So,
and of course, the most important question of any Classic in the Country: what is your favorite food?
Chicken and noodles.
Chicken and noodles?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm partial to the trail and twist myself, but I'm looking forward to get some of those noodles too.
Yep.
Well, Carter, thanks for your time today, and thanks for talking to us about the Classic and what you're doing in college.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Well, stay tuned. We got more interviews from players and fans here at the 2023 Classic in the Country coming up on WKLM.
Tony Lane with WKLM, special guest here with us all the way from Mid-Tennessee. We got Nina Davis with the Mid-Tennessee State women's basketball team. They're doing okay. They lost a couple early, and they've won like 10 in a row, 13-2. You're beating some very talented D1 schools by a lot. Mm-hmm. You up here at the Classic in the Country, obviously, to keep that momentum going for the years ahead, not just this year. You've had a lot of background, two-time All-American at Baylor, got to play in some of the biggest spotlights, I believe 4 Elite Eights, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And said, I'll go to professional, win MVPs, like board, go to ESPN, board, come to Mid-Tennessee State. So what's it like at Mid-Tennessee State, and why are you up here, and how good of an opportunity is this for schools like Mid-Tennessee State to see a lot of players in 2 or 3 days?
Yeah, Middle Tennessee is great. I love Middle Tennessee. I'm glad that I chose to basically start my college coaching career there. Being a Tennessee girl, it allowed me to get back home and be closer to my family, so it's been great. As you stated, we're doing okay this year. So, it's a great season, and we're just hoping to keep the momentum going. Coming to the Classic is amazing. I actually played here in high school, so I knew a little bit about it. Like Memphis Central was a high school that I went to, and we came down here and played.
So you are familiar with that. That's fantastic.
Yes, I am familiar with that. So it's an amazing tournament. Ohio has a lot of great teams, and they bring teams from all over. We just got a player last year, Lene Riley, who's from Akron, Ohio, and she's a freshman with us this year, super talented. So we're very familiar with the area, and it's just great that they're all together. It makes it easier for us.
You found out that us Northeast Ohio people are a little gritty. We roll our sleeves up and get to work. That's what it is, right?
I will give you guys credit. You roll your sleeves up, and you're definitely hard workers, and that's what we love at Middle Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So you come from a Baylor program, and your playing days super successful, Hall of Fame coach down there. You'll have to help me with the name. I'm not that good.
Kim Mucky.
Yeah, but like everyone remembers her. Like she's a legend, like a figure of the sideline in women's basketball. So what's it like being in a very stable system like that, and then coming to Mid-Tennessee, which is a mid-major by a lot of standards, but even though it's bigger than most mid-majors, what's that transition been like in that for you?
It's great. Playing for Kim Mucky, everyone knows her, as you said, around the country. She's easily top 5, if not top 3, and then obviously to me, she's number 1 coach.
Let's say or one
in my mind, not to be biased.
Unbiased,
yeah,
for sure.
So playing for a program like Baylor was an amazing opportunity, and the success and everything that it brought, it allowed me to be a great player, but it also kind of molded me for my coaching career. So many things and lessons that I learned from that program and Coach Mucky. It's interesting. People say that a lot, but going to Middle Tennessee, it's really similar. As you stated, we're technically a mid-major, but we don't like to call ourselves that.
No.
We play the top teams in the country, just like this year. We beat Louisville. We're going
by 18.
Yes, but who's counting? So yeah, we're gonna play the top teams in and out, and we don't like to consider ourselves that. Whoever wants to play us, we're willing to play, and so it haven't been much of a difference. We're a Nike program, so everything elite. So just going from Baylor to Middle Tennessee, you have a Hall of Fame coach there, and Rick Insel as well. He was an amazing high school coach, so it hasn't been that much of a difference.
And the colors are nice. The white and blue is a nice concept.
I love the royal blue. The royal blue and white is great.
Okay, so you are up here recruiting. Let's transition this back before we let you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're out on a recruiting trail. There's a lot of parents that are going to be watching this. Their daughter's the next big thing. What advice would you give to, let's say, a freshman, sophomore that's getting a lot of time and they're starting to really think college is an option? What pieces of advice would you give a prospective student athlete to get better and make a good impression on recruiters when coaches like you are looking at them at events like this?
Number one thing that I'll say for myself personally is always body language. Regardless if you're having a good game or a bad game, you'll be amazed that sometimes I go and watch a lot of players and they're having the worst game, or they may be having the worst game of their career. But because their body language and everything is up tempo, I don't pay any attention to that, because you're gonna have bad games and things like that. And honestly, just to work hard. Everything that you do is not going to go unnoticed, and once you get to the college level, the game is faster, everyone's stronger, so you want to come in and kind of have that edge. So as much as you can practice, get workouts, get in the weight room, is only going to put you ahead. And something that I wish I would have done, honestly, in high school, take a lot of visits. Even though you're young and you might only have 1 or 2 schools looking at you, you have an unlimited number of unofficial visits. Get familiar with the college that you want to go to. Take a lot of unofficial visits. Be around the players, the atmosphere, and that way, once you become a junior and senior and you only get those 5 official visits, you've already spent a lot of time with those programs that you like.
That's fantastic advice. Well, thank you so much.
No problem.
It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Enjoy the show of the whole. It is a show. I mean, there's a lot of good games, a lot of shows. Hope you sign 5 future All-Americans from this event.
Thank you.
And you're and only a bright future ahead of you, I'm sure. But be safe on your way back home. And go Mid-Tennessee State.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Tony Lane, WKLM, Nina Davis, Mid-Tennessee State, and you're watching the Classic in the Country. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Friday. I'll navigate this thing. All right, what's up, everybody? We got the Dream Team here with WKLM. We got Tony, Jake, Troy at the 20th Classic in the country. Hard to believe it's been 20 years, guys. Troy, you've been affiliated with her for quite some time. Jake, you're the young soul of this, but you're not a rookie to it.
Well, I don't know. Jake knows what he's getting into here yet, but here, 20 years of this, it's grown and it's become a big event here in Holmes County.
It really has been, and it's really amazing the level of talent and college prospects you see at this. Not too many times people get excited to come watch girls basketball. Let's be really honest about that. But at these are exciting nail-biter games. And I say that because normally you get blowouts, and you got a good team and a bad team. But these, you got two top-level teams all the time.
I mean, you take a look at the Holmes County girls basketball scene going all the way back to the first West Holmes Girls Championship. Girls basketball has reigned supreme in this part of the state for a long time, and this tournament is really the brainchild of that. Like, I can't tell you how many times, like, I came here as a high school student and younger to watch it growing up, just north of the county line. How many teams I called when I was in college up at Bowling Green that had girls that played on teams here, playing in the college ranks, either in the mid-majors or Power 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And Troy, I mean, you've been doing this for a while. I mean, you described to people watching this their first time their team's up here playing, the amount of, like, college-level talent you can watch at the Classic in the country.
Well, it's evolved into that. It's really incredible what you see here. But to Jake's point, you can go back all the way to about 1983 when girls basketball really got put on the map here in Holmes County. And, yeah, over at West Holmes, Jack Van Reef took a girls team. He used to say that girls basketball, you could go rabbit hunting inside the gym because there was nobody inside the gymnasium. And that grew to sellout crowds, and West Holmes goes on a 108-game winning streak, and all of a sudden girls basketball is on the map in Holmes County. And now it spills to the eastern side of the county. And Highland's kind of rewritten it all of their own, and then they take an event like this where they've had sponsors like Under Armour and many major sponsors get behind something like this, and it's just one of the premier events in the country, and you get all kinds of great people, talent, and organizations here.
It really has been the 20-year local success, and even like schools down the road like Garaway have had some good teams down the road that's made this a powerhouse and best small school division in the state, they would say, in the Inter Valley Conference, which is a main stronghold here. But that success has brought all these teams here. So how vital is that hotbed of maintaining with the slaw ball eras of keeping this thing fueled over the years? How much has that, you think, been a part of it, guys?
Well, it's been a huge part of it for sure, Jake.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the banners hanging right over there, over her shoulder. It just goes to show you what this team was, and it's even pushed forward. More state titles, more people are coming in here. Everyone says, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and there's not a whole lot of places in the state that has girls basketball talent this good. We talk about the IVC South being one of the premier divisions for girls basketball in the state, rivaled only by really the old the MAC over with Otto Glandorf and Maria Stein-Marion local, and maybe the Northern 10 when you've got like the Buckeye Central Buckettes and the Colonel Crawford Lady Eagles. Those are really the only areas of the state that I think have this many good girls basketball teams consistently, and we see them come in and play in this tournament as well.
Yeah, and I think like the main argument with IVC to counter that is like top to bottom talent, because you'll even have like your bottom tier school pull out amazing upset on like a middle ranked squad throughout the year. It's really good competitive basketball.
Well, the success of the teams on the local level, that trickles down to other schools because other schools want to emulate and be like them. And so the competition just incrementally, it grows and grows into the place that you have at any level, you're very, very competitive.
Yeah. And just like to know, like, everyone wants to catch the atmosphere. Everyone can hear the crowd in the background. Let's address the elephant in the room. There's like an overtime game, like always here, and the crowd.
At least one.
There's like 100 people in here, and they are bringing the noise. So it's great that we can capture that energy here. And trust me, if you're watching this and you got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and you can get out here, you need to do it. And website, we are live on.
You can.
Sorry, I'm new.
You can find it on the classicinthecountry.org as well as the WKLM-FM.com Classic in the Country page, and you can tune in. You can watch it. We've got a great nightcap tonight. We got West Holmes taking on Lima Bath, and then Highland taking on Convoy Crestview tonight. And this gym is going to be packed for both of those games. So if you're looking for something to do tonight, come on out and experience a Classic in the Country for yourself, because there's nothing like it in, I'm not even just going to say high school basketball, in high school sports anywhere in the state of Ohio.
And there's another big one tonight, Lawrence Tech versus Reynoldsburg out of Indiana. Lawrence Central, and that's like the third like co-headliner of tonight. And we got second game over here in the background, overtime. Guys, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to come out and help you guys at WKLM. You guys are always top-notch here of running this thing. We got Claxton Communications over here doing a bang-up job, putting everything together. Final thoughts before we let everybody go back to watch
I think
this
what's
interaction.
interesting this year and what this event's evolved into is a video that you're now able to see and watch this event live from the comfort of your own living room. And that's our partnership with Claxton Communication. Casey and his crew just doing a fantastic job. And now this year, you can watch Classic in the Country live from your living room. That doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, we can't say enough about Casey and his crew, Lydia Brady, Natalie Holbrook, and Fred Williams, not John Williams.
Shout out, Fred, you matter.
He can't hear us, but he knows we love him.
They do a great job. We've partnered with them throughout the year for our regular season video coverage, and they really do put on a very professional broadcast, and we love having them work with us here at the Classic this season.
And from all of us here at WKLM, including Matt Croy, Casey, and all the other team that's going to help bring this, thank you, everybody, for watching. Enjoy the weekend and take it for what it is, a great opportunity for our local people to enjoy a really nice show, either here or online at
WKLM-FM.com.
Let's go. All right, thank you, guys. We'll see you soon.
Good job, Tony.
Yeah. From the Perry Reese Junior Community Center here in Berlin, it is the 20th annual Classic in the Country. Hello, everyone. Jake Seidel with you today on this first day of the Classic in the Country. We're so thankful you could join us on our video live streams today, as we've got some great girls basketball action, a few games done. We got some more games coming, and the most exciting ones coming up tonight with those Highland and West Holmes games. So make sure you stay tuned here on a WKLM.
All right. What's up, everybody? Tony with WKLM, and we had our opening game in the books between the Canal Fulton Northwest Indians against the Sheridan Generals, and it was a quick start for Sheridan. At the end of the first quarter, they were up 15-4. We have a live game going on in the background. Overtime, this happens, Classic in the Country, but the next three quarters after that were won by Canal Fulton Northwest, outscoring the Generals 9-5 in the second, 11-7 in the third, and 15-8 in the fourth, with a narrow margin of victory, 39-35. Some key players in this: Loyola Maryland commit Lily Bottomley only had 2 points, but had 10 rebounds and 4 block shots, and they were led in scoring by Ashlyn Stark with 13 points and Ashley Kudnick with 13 points as well for the victorious Indians. And Sheridan Generals were led in scoring by Ayla Heller with 11. And again, 39-35 was the result of the first game of the Classic in the Country. The Sheridan Generals fell short to the Canal Fulton Northwest Indians. Keep it locked in here on WKLM for more Classic in the Country coverage and recaps.
From the 2023 Classic in the Country, Game 2 has gone final between Waynedale and Portsmouth, with the Golden Bears squeaking out a win at 45-44, thanks to a last-second free throw by McKenna Bainey. That was a 13-7 Waynedale lead after 112. Waynedale scored 12 points in the second quarter, and the fourth quarter was very close. 15 points scored by Waynedale, 18 by Portsmouth. They were close to forcing overtime before Bainey able to get that free throw to seal it with less than a second left. That'll bring us to game number 3 coming up next. It's going to be Magnificat, the Blue Streaks, and the Tri-Valley Scotties. Blue Streaks coming in. Players to watch out for, of course, Abby Rossell. She's a 5'10 senior wing, and she can shoot the ball like crazy. Meanwhile, Tri-Valley senior Lexi Howe is an Ashland University commit. Of course, the Eagles always get the best shooters on the outside there. She's going to be who you want to watch out for the Lady Dogs. So that's all coming up after on the Game 3 here on WKLM. Back at the 2023 Classic in the Country, Jake Seidel here with Sienna Allen and Daisha Reed, Portsmouth Trojans, who just played a heck of a game. And congratulations on such a game well played.
Thank you.
And I know it can always be tough to come out with a result like that, especially how it ended. But how proud are you of your team? I know you were trailing through different parts of that game. You're able to come back and very close to forcing overtime.
Yeah, I'm proud of my team because I knew we was gonna come out strong and everything. But I'm proud of our comeback, and I'm disappointed about the end of it. But it's all right. We got 2 big games coming up in our OVC.
Daisha, of course, 4 of 5 from downtown. You really got it going. Did you just find a spot on the floor that you really liked this morning?
Yep. Probably the wing. The left side wing. That's my favorite spot to shoot from. So I just knew I had to step up and be the upperclassman.
And Sienna, 19 points in this ball game. Really just pushing it all the way to the end. What did you see out of your team today?
I saw a lot of effort and hustle, and when we were down, we were like hustling a lot to get the comeback that we had. Yep.
And of course, you had a great crowd on hand today. What was it like to play in a showcase like the Classic in the Country?
It was really fun, yeah.
It was really fun.
Okay. And I know you guys got some big games coming up and going down the stretch in tournament time. Do you see anything you guys want to you can work on to get better as you get towards the tournament?
I think after this game, I knew we can play with anybody. I know that we can play with anybody, and we got a big game coming up against Fairland High School. But I know it's going to be tough, but okay. I think we can play with anybody after this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time today, and thanks for being up here and playing your hearts out.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay. We've got more coming here on WKLM.
And following up game 2 from here, Classic in the Country, I've got the Waynedale Lady Golden Bears here with me. Congratulations, an overtime thriller. Good job, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, game like this today takes me back to your regional final game last year. All right, a thriller up there. How does games like that prepare you for a game like this and coming to Classic in the Country?
Definitely. I mean, both games are a lot of pressure, and playing in like both these games, like last year and this year, it's like a huge honor to be able to like play here and make it to a regional championship. So I think they're the same in that way.
Well, absolutely. And you guys are just a little bit to the north here, up in Wayne County. You know, what's it like for you to be able to come to an event like this and play so close to home, but it's such a high-level event like this?
I would say it's a huge honor. Not many teams get to come to this, even in our area, and for us to be one is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to play teams like Portsmouth, a young basketball team, but just loaded with talent that's going to be good. Tell me what that does for you guys going forward and your confidence going through the rest of the season.
Just basically trusting each other throughout the whole process, working together, knowing that we're going to do the right plays at the right time, and following through with all of that just takes us far.
Well, McKenna, you couldn't be put under much more of a pressure cooker in a game like this. You go to the free throw line here with 2 free throws, and tell me about your nerves on that play.
I was trying to calm myself down. I was like, okay, it's just another, you're at practice, it'll be okay. First one I was like, okay, that felt good, and then we followed through, but the second one didn't go, but one's enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all we needed.
Yeah, that's all you need, the 1 point. It's a win in the book. And, Alicia, a good game here by you scoring today. Talk about the defense you faced here today with this team in Portsmouth.
Well, we know they're young, but they're still number 1 and number 3 were our huge priorities. So we were face guarding number 1 from the start. So between McKenna and me, and then my younger sister Khalia, that was our responsibility. And number 3, she's the point guard. She's really good. Just staying close, that was Odessa's job.
Yeah,
and
she had a few really tough shots.
They make big shots. We just had to counter back. Just had to do the best we could.
And Odessa, you had a big game as well. Come out shooting the ball well from 3-point range today. Just talk about how it felt for you to play well in a tournament like this.
It felt really good. I kind of been a little bit of a rut, so coming out and it's hard to get over that hump of just keep shooting, it'll go in. Then this game gave me a lot more confidence after I saw those first 2 go in. I was ready to go.
And your preparation for a game like this and your coaching staff, I know both your coaches pretty well, and talk about how they prepare you to come to an event like this. You're going to know pretty well because one of them you live with by
So they repeat it over and over, it's a privilege to be here, and so you just go out and play as hard as you can, and there's going to be a lot of good teams that play on this floor over the weekend, and so we just want to go push ourselves and try to get the win.
And so you have one more game coming up here in this tournament. Talk about your opponent coming up and what you're looking forward to there.
On Thursday against Smithville.
I'm sorry?
Well, I think we only played 1 game in this.
Yeah, we only played 1 game.
Yeah. So, your last thoughts on an event like this here? What do you hope to gain out of this? What's it going to do for you moving forward?
I just hope that it gives our team a lot more confidence. We finally kind of clicked together. I say everybody was hitting their shots, and we were just catching everyone on their confidence and strengths and stuff like that.
Yeah, trusting defense, offense, pass, getting each other the ball, shots. Assists is a big thing on our team. Yes. Sharing the ball and being where we're supposed to be on defense on the help side, and just helping out on the players we need to.
Well, defense is definitely important. McKenna, for you now, when you go to the free throw line at this point, there's not anything bigger than what you just did here today. Yeah, well, congratulations on your win. Enjoy your time here at the Classic in the Country.
Thank you.
There'll be more to come here on WKLM at the Classic in the Country. Day 1.
Well, we can officially say good afternoon from the Classic in the Country now, as by my watch we are past noon. Jake Sutton along with Troy Fritz and Chris Wallace says, guys, we've seen some great basketball to start this first day of the 20th Classic in the Country.
Yeah, we certainly have. Got to call the first 2 games, and very fun. I'd tell you, just when you think maybe a team is out of it, you better just look out again, because they a lot of good competition, a lot of great players and great basketball. And the first 2 were very exciting, including that down to the 0.7 seconds with a free throw to win the game in that Portsmouth versus Waynedale game we just had here on the radio.
And it really shows how Waynedale has been to back-to-back state Final Fours. With play like that, that's what gets you to down the line.
Well, they've been tested like that in the years past, going down those Final Four runs of theirs. They had close games in all their regional final games, and I think it sets them up well to come to an event like this and play the competition that they do.
Absolutely. You got tournaments at the end of the month here, just about 2 short weeks away before we have the tournament draw. So it's a good time to get the teams, playing at the highest caliber, getting ready for that time, because I think a lot of the teams we see here this weekend we're going to see in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're not only seeing some of the best teams from the state of Ohio. We've got a very good Lawrence Central team coming out of Indianapolis and a Bolingbrook team coming out of Illinois.
I don't know much about them as they play in a different state, but yeah, definitely I love when those out-of-state teams come in, and what some of the best teams in their state come here to Ohio and play, and it's just fun competition and just great all the way around.
Well, teams come here to events like this not only to showcase their talent, but we know those college coaches here, they're looking for their next recruit and that next best player, but they're coming here to see the best of the Classic in the Country, and they get it here.
Certainly so. You just take a look down there, and although it's early in the day 1, but you take a look down there in some of these other games, you'll see, Ohio State, Georgetown, Miami, Florida, just all the big players in the college basketball game, the women's college basketball game, and just a very powerful place to be and a lot of great basketball. Fun to be here.
And we've got a lot of great matchups coming up this evening, but I think the 2 that are going to pack the gym the most, we've got the West Holmes game and the Highland game to wrap up the night tonight. We'll talk a little bit about that. West Holmes coming off their first loss of the season at Mansfield Senior, and really they've played defense really well. They've just had some shooting woes as of late.
Well, and West Holmes is looking for games like this to make them better going into the tournament trail. But, yeah, for nightcaps here on day 1 to have Highland and West Holmes playing in front of a crowd like this, it's going to be huge here at the Classic.
Yeah, definitely expect a big crowd. And, decent crowd here at 9 in the morning for these first games. So imagine what it is when you get 2 of the same county schools. And, that should be a big matchup on a great platform and a big stage, and should be a big one here tonight.
Well, people put this event on their calendar for a long time, a year in advance, so it's no surprise when people show up here 9 o'clock in the morning waiting for the doors to open to get a good front row seat and watch great basketball all day long.
They certainly do. You see some of those comfy seats, and they just kind of hang out for the day. They got great food, great basketball.
The food.
You couldn't ask for anything better.
No, the hospitality is great. How about the noodles? Have you had those yet, Chris?
Oh, I love a good noodle. I haven't had any yet this year, but we just got done with that broccoli cheddar soup, and my goodness, they treat us very well here. And cookies for days, Troy. It doesn't get any better.
Absolutely.
Now, of course, and like we always say, if you don't have anything to do tonight, you want to come out and join us, it's going to be an electric atmosphere tonight for those final 2 games. And if you can't make it out, you can still watch us on the video stream. You can find out how to tune into the live video stream of the games at our website, WKLM-FM.com, on the Classic in the Country page, or go to classicinthecountry.org. They'll have step-by-step instructions on how to get through that pay-per-view. Meanwhile, we'll have all the interviews you need to see right here on the YouTube live stream, and that is a great tool we're adding this year. We've been doing these interviews for years on the radio, but now adding the ability for you to be able to see these players after all this hard work they did.
Absolutely, and that's courtesy of our good friends at Claxon Communication. Casey Claxon and his crew, Lydia Brady, Fred Williams, and so on. Natalie Holbrook's running the camera for us today. They just do a phenomenal job, and it's taken this event to another level now that you can actually have video live stream of the Classic in the Country, something brand new on the format this year.
Yeah, certainly so. I think they may have had some live streaming in the past. I couldn't tell you where to go to find it, but having the local guys here doing it just really brings it home. Up here in the central media row, if you will, we've got a projector screen over there where they're watching the Claxon Communications view. of the live court down there. So, it just doesn't get any better than this. And you can watch from home and a lot of viewers. And then you got the great backdrop here for all the interviews that are live rather than just archived on the website. Really changes the game for the Classic in the Country. And definitely a big addition. Look forward to that staying.
Yeah, it's really great to see just how much we've been able to grow this over the 20 years it's been here. And look forward to seeing how it keeps growing in the future. Well, we're gonna take a quick break. Chris has to head out of here. He's got
another game to cover.
How is it that you get to duck out so early, Chris, when we're all going to be here for the next 3 days straight?
I tell you what, Troy, been here for about 4 years, doing games from about 8 a.m. till about 9 p.m. all 3 days. Today I just had 2 games. I've got another game to do for WTNS up in Coshocton County, so one county away, but we got some games to cover there on the radio, so got to go do my other job and do a little bit of that. But we do want to thank Village Motors as our sponsor for today's games and the video coverage. So thank you to the Village Motors and all those folks down there, and go see them for your next vehicle purchase.
Great sponsorship from all of our local vendors here as that continues over the years here in Millersburg and around the area.
Well, stay tuned here on YouTube. We'll have more interviews and updates throughout the day here on the first day of the Classic in the Country 2023.
And a good afternoon here from Classic in the Country. It's day one. We're in game 3 here at the Classic, and I've got Rich Harlan here with me from Huddle Basketball. Rich, you've been around this event here for about 12 years, in and out of the area, and you do a phenomenal job with your girls basketball through the AAU and the recruiting and scouting. Talk about what you do with girls basketball a little bit.
Honestly, I would say the biggest thing for me is just being a voice for girls basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, I got almost 8,000 followers on Twitter, and anything I put out gets 20,000 views. Like, first and foremost, I just feel like I have a responsibility to be a voice for girls basketball. As far as a job, like what I do to make a living, I do scouting service, recruiting. I help a lot of kids. I do events where we have as many as 63 college coaches and about 120 to 140 kids. I do some high school events similar to this, but on a much smaller scale. Skill camps. I mean, I pretty much do a little bit of everything.
So for those young basketball players that say, how do I get college coaches to notice me? How do I get myself out there? What you provide is one of those avenues that's very important.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're living in an age where a lot of people put too much emphasis on social media and just trying to like buckshot their way to success, and it doesn't matter what sport you play or where you're at. If you have to be in front of college coaches, like even if they do like your highlight film, they're always going to want to see you in person before they continue on the recruiting. So I do my best to get kids in front of coaches, front and center, so they get a first eye view on what a kid's like.
And so an event like this, Classic in the Country, this is exactly what we have going on here. We have college scouts and coaches will be coming in out there for the next 3 days here.
Yeah.
And you're seeing some of the best talent there is in the area, not only from the area, but the teams we have coming in from Indiana and Illinois this year. So there's teams from around the country. And you're seeing the best of the best here. So the kids that you work with in the off season through your program, they're here playing. I imagine there's a lot of kids here that you've interacted with and maybe have coached over the time.
Oh, absolutely. Our program is getting smaller because I'm only doing it for 2 more years, but we probably have about 10 kids that play for us, that play in this program. Ashley Mullet, we've had every good Highland player that has played in this gym has played for us over the years. We got a couple Wadsworth kids, Hoover kids, so we've had as many as about 30 to 40 kids playing in the event. But like you said, Magnificat's playing right now, and I've had several of their kids at my events. Their coach helps me at my events. Like today, tomorrow, and Monday, we'll have all kind of kids that have been at my events.
Well, and you even mentioned on the local level. Ashley Mullet, we do a lot of games here for Highland, obviously, through WKLM and with Claxon Communication. And, we've seen her kind of take her game to another level this year. I specifically have noticed that myself calling ball games. And, so the work that she does in the offseason, it's not just about coming into your regular season with your team. You've got to put in the work elsewhere, and that's an avenue that you're providing.
Yeah, I can't even say enough good things about Ashley. I coached her personally this past summer, and she literally did everything that I asked her to do. There was times where she was our best player. There was times where she wasn't. We also had Lauren Pilata on that team that's from Jackson, that's going to Dayton, and she'll be playing down here tomorrow as well. But Ashley was just incredible because she was the leader of the team. She had to play more minutes than I wanted her to a lot, and she never ever gave me anything besides her best. And you could tell that she's constantly working on her game because I saw new things this summer that I didn't see the year before. And then when Lauren got back with us, because she plays lacrosse, she was able to take a step back and then start facilitating because Lauren was in her biggest part of her recruitment, and she needed to be seen more than Ashley, and she kind of really changed up what she was doing for our team and did it very well, and she did whatever I asked her to do.
And things like that, it gives a player like an Ashley Mullet to play with another player of that level and that caliber, which elevates their game and shows them what they need to do to get better. So what you do, the work is very important for these kids and their progression through the high school going into that next level of basketball.
Our emphasis is to make kids better, and we put wins and losses to the side. Obviously, I want kids that want to win every single game, but we put our kids in a position where they're not going to win. They have to play their best basketball to win.
Absolutely.
You know, and I can remember games this spring and summer where Ashley was guarding kids that are a year older than her that are already committed to play D1 basketball, and she did very well, and it helped her step her game up. You know, a lot of the AAU anymore is let's play people that we're going to beat, and we want to win trophies. We want to win. But our emphasis has never been putting wins as a top priority, because if you're beating everybody, you're not getting better. So we play a lot of people that, again, we have to play really, really well. You know Donnie, you work with Donnie. He coached with me in 2016 when Sammy was a senior. Sammy, his daughter, played for us, and we won the national championship in D.C., and we played a team that nobody thought we should be able to beat. Kids that were going to Georgia Tech, Coppin State, Clemson, kids grabbing the rim with two hands.
Yeah.
And we won almost at the buzzer on a three. Like, nobody thought we'd win, but our kids play hard, and they play well together. And that's just how we coach it, and every year we get a different product.
And you talk about Don, your coach, referring to Don Hall. He worked with here some at WKLM, a good color commentator for us, and very knowledgeable. As an old friend of mine. We go back about 40 years of the high school days down the road here at West Holmes High School. And he's a phenomenal coach, so having guys like that coach alongside of you, just again, it's a benefit for the kids at you and how you impact them and what you do.
Donnie is the best of the best. I mean, I can't even say enough good things about Donnie either. We've also had Coach Kuzi coach for us for 3 years here from Highland. Brady coached with us back in 2016 as well. Seeger coached with us. Like,
there's a common thread in all of this somewhere, isn't there, Rich?
Kevin Fitzpatrick and Jamie Edwards from Cardington, who, you know, they were league champions and district champions for years. Jim Gottschall, that's at Hoover. We do our best to put our kids in a position to get great coaching. In 8 years, I've literally been the worst coach that our kids have had, so I would say that we're doing pretty well.
Well, you're doing pretty good then. So if a kid wants to find your program, how do they find you, Rich?
Honestly, we're a smaller program now. We don't really have to replace too many kids. I don't know that we even have any room. Our retention is very high. Our team is Team Huddle is our program, you know, and you can find us on Twitter at Team Huddle B-Ball.
There you go.
But like I said, it's not easy to get in just because there's never really any openings. Our freshman team from last year, we only replaced 2 kids from the whole team, and we had kids that were in line waiting to play on that team. So it's just a low turnover, just because I would like to think that we're so invested in our kids, and you know, I coach our kids really hard. Like I'm the toughest person on them as anybody, but I love them, and I do my best to show that off the court, you know, and I think that goes a long way with young women.
Well, it does, and it just speaks well for your program, the job you do. And obviously, it's programs like yours and what you do that make events like the Classic in the Country as strong as it is, because, again, many of the kids that you've impacted are on the floor today here playing.
Not only that, we've had 100 kids go to college in 7 years. We've had several All-Americans. Audrey Tingle was a kid that played in the IVC. You probably have done many games of her. That quick story, Audrey Tingle, when we were in the national championship game in 2016, she was not playing real great towards the end of the game, and I pulled her out. And, I mean, she was All-Ohio 2 years. Like, that's the kind of – and she didn't get down. She didn't pout. She didn't worry about it. She, you know, again, a kid that is not used to being coached that hard necessarily, and she's never been pulled out at the end of a game ever, I'm sure. And in the biggest AAU game of her career, I pulled her out with 2 minutes to go. I put her back in with about a minute. We had a little heart-to-heart, and I said, Audrey, we've been together for 2 years here. This is our last game together. You got to pick it up. Like, and she went right back in, made several plays, and we ended up winning the game. And she goes on, and she's an All-American at West Liberty, rewrote the record books. That kind of stuff is what's missing from AAU. Like, coaches that are willing to coach kids hard and push them, and kids and parents that are able to accept that, learn from it, and internalize it.
And some of our best lessons in life are the tough ones that we learn through hard work and perseverance, and that's what you're talking about here. Well, Rich, it's been great having you talk with us here. We appreciate the work you do, not only behind the scenes, but being here at Classic in the Country. We hope you enjoy your stay here, and thanks again.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Rich Harlan from Huddle Basketball, and we're at Classic in the Country. It's day one. We're in game 3. 2 more days coming up your way right here on WKLM-FM.com. Don't forget to jump on our website. You can catch a lot of the games live streamed on YouTube, as well as being live on the air at 95.3 WKLM. And as well, special thanks to our good friends at Claxon Communication, Casey Claxon, Lydia Breedy, Natalie Holbrook, Fred Williams working with here today. They do a great job here bringing you this video live stream, a new format here from Classic in the Country. Stay tuned, more to come right here from the Classic. Are you ready? And here at Classic in the Country, good afternoon. We wrapped up Game 3 as Magnificat defeats Tri-Valley in a good game, 52-40. From the Magnificat team, I have Jackie Onuar here and Katie Nario. Jackie scored 14 points in that game, 10 points in this game this afternoon. Talk about your role in this team and what you do within the guard position.
As a point guard, I tend to look for people to get open. I'm looking for my teammates, and I'm constantly trying to move the ball. I try to focus on my pace, and I don't want to push my teammates past their limits. And I'm just looking to have fun as a point guard.
So coming to an event like this, Classic in the Country, what do you hope to get out of an experience like this? Playing the good competition, the college scouts are here. What's on the radar for you?
I want to feel the pressure. I know that's a weird thing to say, but playing under pressure will help me when our team goes to states. I'll be more comfortable in that position to be uncomfortable.
When your team goes to state, that's confidence, and I like to hear that. Katie, coming from you, you had a nice 14-point outing here today in this contest, and your thoughts here on coming to the Classic in the Country.
I feel like we come here to get prepared for the tournament play. We do everything as a team. We try to push the ball, look, and we're very unselfish as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows in the way you guys play. Of course, your program, very storied, Magnificent program, has been strong over the years here. And for you guys to be able to come to the Classic in the Country and play, it's quite an honor for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and when you come here, you know you're going to play best of the best. You're going to see some of the best competition around. And to your point, it does get you ready for that tournament trail, which is really your goal. There's 2 seasons in basketball. There's a regular season, and then there's the postseason, which is always your goal. And so your team was a goal. What were some of your goals this year as a team going into this season?
Do you want to start?
Well, we mainly have 5 core values that we always stick with throughout the season. So it's being unselfish, compassion.
Just remember, your coaches are watching this. They're going to count on you knowing these.
What am I missing? Unselfishness, compassion, respect.
Well, you guys definitely play with a lot of heart and a lot of hustle as well watching you guys play. And
it's just mainly being all about a team.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, we appreciate your time being here, your days at the Classic in the Country. They've got to be fun. They create memorable experiences for you. Playing with not only your teammates, but seeing another competition like this. Closing thoughts as we wrap this up?
Believe in we.
There you go.
That's our motto, believe in we.
Believe in we. That's a good one. And there you go. From Classic in the Country, Day 3. These are players from the Magnificent Blue Streaks, and this is Classic in the Country right here on WKLM-FM. And you're catching us on YouTube Live as well with our team at Classic Communications.
And we're at the WKLM Classic of the Country Challenge, and after Game 3, it was Magnificat defeating Tri-Valley in that game by a score of 52-40. Magnificat, of course, out of Division 1, Tri-Valley out of Division 2, and joining me right now from Tri-Valley is Lexi Howe, of course, an Ashland commit. She had 26 points and 6 rebounds, and her teammate Mackenzie Harvey, a sophomore, she had 7 points and 8 rebounds alongside her right now. And we'll lead things off with Lexi Howe losing by 12, but against a very good basketball team. Talk about just how the game kind of played out for you guys playing against a bigger school like that.
They're a lot bigger than teams we've seen, so we need to get used to that. We're a smaller team, and we haven't seen teams like that. So I think that is preparing us a lot for the tournament season. So I guess going up against them, it boosted our confidence knowing we can hang with teams like that. So I think we're ready to go, and I hope we can compete with teams like that more often.
And it really did compete with them. It seemed like you'd make a run and get right there, and then he hit like a key shot or two. He got to stretch the lead out again. It seemed like that kind of went that way throughout the game.
It did. We hit shots, they hit shots. They went on a run, we went on a run. In the end, we ended up not being able to catch up, but I know that some of our shots weren't able to fall. But I think our hustle and our effort was there competing with them as well.
Lexi, for you, 26.6 rebounds. That's kind of the norm for you. That's kind of what you do to lead this basketball team. For you, terrific career here, but now a senior here. What kind of leadership role have you taken on in addition to your basketball play for this team?
A lot of the young underclassmen look up to me, so I think showing my effort is there, leading them to being able to do a lot for the team, showing that being not just scoring is the top thing to be able to do. I think when you have your effort and your communication is there, that leadership is the biggest thing, and leading a team to hang with teams like this shows you have a lot for yourself and for your team, and trying to get the program in good hands before I'm out of here.
Absolutely, and Mackenzie Harvey, a sophomore, alongside me right now, 7 points and also 8 boards, really gobbling up those rebounds in that game. Mackenzie, talk about just your role, kind of be that force inside to get those rebounds. Talk about that role being that kind of player.
That role means a lot. I know since we lost our big girl, I have to step up in that area, and I knew my team needed me today, so I went to the board just to create open shots.
Being a sophomore underclassman on a successful program like this, what are the things maybe you've learned being a sophomore and playing at the varsity level like you have here for this Tri-Valley team?
I've learned that just to control what I can control. We have shooters. My role here is just to help get them shots. I can get shots, but I more want to create shots for my open teammates and help them in the long run on getting better.
And just playing against a team like this, a very good competition here at the Classic, how valuable is it for you, experience for you to play against a team like that?
This game was going to help me exceed in the long run. Their pressure showed me that I needed to be a little more physical and a lot more competitive against bigger girls.
Tri-Valley plays in this every year here for you. What does this mean to you to get a chance to play in kind of an atmosphere kind of like this, something different like this?
It means a lot. Coach does it to help us, and I know that moving forward from this part, he's going to help us and get us more ready for teams like this.
Now, Lexi alongside me, and Lexi Howe, of course, I mentioned Ashland commit, and talk about just getting a chance to go on after this and get a chance to play for a terrific program in Ashland at the college level.
I am. I'm super excited. I committed there for basketball and volleyball, so I'll be a two-sport athlete. They are ranked #1 in Division 2 right now. They're a really physical team. They always have effort, and they always put forth competition towards other teams. Their season is going really well. Their post game is awesome. Their shooters can shoot, and their guards can drive and dish it off to everyone, and everyone's able to make stuff all the time. So I'm super excited to be going to that program.
As you should be, for sure. Well, Lexi, thanks for your time, and also Mackenzie, thanks for your time. Good luck on the second half of the year.
Thank you.
All right, that is the voice of Lexi Howe and also Mackenzie Harvey from Tri-Valley, falling to Magnificat today, 52-40 here at the Classic of the Country. I'm Matt Corey reporting. And we're back at the Highland High School's Perry Reese Junior Community Center for the WKLM Classic of the Country Challenge. This time I'm joined by Khalia Johnson. She's in her first year as an assistant basketball coach for University of Richmond in Richmond, Virginia. And of course, that is where she grew up as well. And they're sporting an 11-5 record on the year so far. And Khalia, thanks for joining me first of all. And your first year being here at the Classic of the Country, what's your impression so far of this event we've seen so far?
Well, thanks for having me. It's been good. First definitely Classic in the country for sure. But a lot of great talent, a lot of great competition has been out here. This is now the fourth game, and the first 3 games have been really good. We saw some deep threes, some good defense, and it's just really good when you can watch really good team basketball. High school is always a little bit different from AAU, but to see a really good team and everybody on the team goes different levels or whatever the case may be, so it's just really good to see them kind of come together and make a good tournament.
Now, coming here from Virginia to Ohio here, what's your impressions of the overall basketball talent here in the state of Ohio?
Definitely different. I feel like I might be a little biased being from Virginia and working in Virginia. Everybody's style is different. Like if it's West Coast, East Coast, Northeast, down South, they're all different. So I know kind of here in the Midwest, you kind of have those longer players and those taller players and being able to shoot the 3 and hit the 3, and that's something definitely that we can use at Richmond.
Now, talk about your playing career here. Of course, played high school ball back in the Richmond, Virginia area and went on to play collegiate ball at Duke University. Talk about just playing such a prestigious university like Duke here. Again, she gets to play for them at the college level, what that was like.
Yeah, no, it was great. Duke was my dream school ever since the 4th grade. So I got the offer in the 9th grade, committed to 10th grade year. Just to be at a place that challenges you, cliche statement, but it's true, challenges you both on the court and in the classroom. And definitely thankful for all of the memories that it gave me, and I'm very happy that, Kara Lawson down there is kind of taking the reins of the program and making it what it used to be.
What are some things you kind of took away from that, not just from the playing standpoint, but also now being a coach, playing at Duke, and even playing overseas after that, after you finished your college career? Some things you kind of took away from that even today as a coach?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that, you shouldn't have. Of course, you can have outside motivation, but if you need somebody to motivate you, then it's kind of like us as coaches. Like I'm just looking at what motivates you. So, you shouldn't have to have your mom or dad ask you to go to the gym, or you shouldn't have people do that. So, Division I basketball is hard. Division I, II, and III basketball is all hard because it's just the time commitment that you put in and just everything that goes with it. So it's a great reward, but you shouldn't have people telling you to get your studies right or to get extra shots up or anything like that, because that defeats the purpose of being an independent woman once you get to the collegiate level.
You mentioned collegiate level back near your hometown here in Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. How special is that? Because she gets to be back near home now being a coach.
Yeah, no, it's definitely special. I get to recruit from my old high school, which is crazy, and just to walk in there and to see all of the the banners that I left. But just to be there and to, the 804 has a lot of good talent and to really just create those relationships with those young girls and their coaches. I've been fortunate enough, 3 of my 4 schools have been in Virginia. So something about that Virginia water, that just Virginia type of style of play. So, but I'm definitely thankful to be able to get out and recruit in other states and learn how other people play.
11-5 record so far in the year. Just your thoughts on how the season has gone so far for your team.
It's been good. We've had some ups and downs. We've had people out, people in, and I think our biggest thing right now is just trying to stay with consistency. Consistency, defensive, and rebounding. Again, cliche, but defensive rebounds win championships. So I definitely think we have a very talented group. We have some young players stepping up. We have some veteran players stepping up. And the biggest thing is that we're having fun. Dropped one to our crosstown rival last week, but we got our bye weekend and we got Rhode Island on January 18th, and we'll be ready for them.
You mentioned defense and rebounding. With that in mind, what are some things maybe you're looking for this weekend as you're here kind of looking at things here at the Classic of the Country?
Definitely somebody that can knock down some shots. That's always good. Me personally, I just always look at people who are just really at it on the defensive end, because I feel like defense is all effort. When we're looking at these young girls that come and play for us, like everybody can score. Everybody can do that. Okay, what do you do that's different, that sticks out? That's like, dang, I want to coach her. So if we can find somebody that, and there's been talent in this gym that some young girls have had that. So if we can find somebody that's like, I really want to coach her because you bring this on top of scoring, like scoring's easy a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but do you? I hear the coach downstairs right now. Will you take a charge? Will you box out? Will you dive on the floor? Like, that's all that stuff that really makes a great team and a great player.
All right, that sounds good. Well, Khalia, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
That's the voice of Khalia Johnson, assistant basketball coach at the University of Richmond, here at this year's WKLM Classic of the Country. I'm Mac Roy. And we're back at the WKLM Classic of the Country. I am Matt Coy. I'm joined by two players from Toledo Notre Dame Academy as they won their game today at the Classic, defeating West Branch by the score in that contest 41-37. A close game here. We'll lead off things with Dakota Smith, who had 19 points and 5 rebounds, the senior for this Toledo Notre Dame team. And Dakota, close game here, got out the win. Can you talk about how that game kind of played out for you guys?
In the first half, we started off well. We had a good little run, and then towards the second half, we kind of like panicked a little bit, but we got it together, picked it up as a team, and got a win.
That kind of why you play games though like this against good competition, knowing that you're going to go through a little lulls like that, but figuring out how to respond to that. Is that kind of the big key with knowing how to respond when the teams kind of make a run like that?
Yes, we learn how to grow up and face adversity, so if we're going through a tough time, we just have to pick it up on defense and then make it up on offense.
19 points for you, 5 boards here, leading your team in scoring for this game here. What are you trying to do out there on the floor to kind of lead your team?
Just keep trying to do what I'm doing, help my teammates get involved in the game so they can score too, just like me.
All right, and alongside me also is Janiyah Anderson, had 9 points and 3 boards in that contest, knocking down a couple of threes in that game. Janiyah, talk about you getting it done from deep here. For you, how hard have you worked on your shot here to become that threat from the outside?
Well, honestly, really just letting my teammates find me on the arc and being open, honestly, just getting to where they could see me.
Just kind of being available, right? All right, and kind of with this team here, obviously being successful here, what kind of makes this team so good?
I think our team chemistry, like we're there for each other. Like you could hear our team on the bench yelling for us, like they never stop, even when we down, even when we messing up, like they still always there. And I think that really gave me a push on the court.
Get a chance to play in an environment like this tonight. What's this like for you guys? You get a chance to play in something like this.
It make me nervous. It really rattled me, but like just to have somebody like that, that got your back is good.
Dakota, for you, just looking at this team here, second half of the year here, what are the biggest things you guys think you need to do here, second half of the year, to kind of get ready for postseason play?
Just always come out strong in the beginning, not too slow start, and then play as a team, play confident, and take care of the ball.
All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's the voice of Dakota Smith, Janiyah Anderson, and leading their team for the Toledo Notre Dame, who got a win 41-37, defeating West Branch at the Classic of the Country. I'm Matt Roy.
She stayed on a bus seat. You may not remember it because it's way back now, several years, but it was the beginning of a movement. Thank you.
And welcome back to the 2023 Classic in the Country. Jake Seidel, joined by Sophie Gregory and coach of West Branch, Walt DeShields. And Coach, I'll start with you. You got into it, you started off the game in a little bit of a hole, but your team able to battle back and had a chance to come from behind at the end. What did you see out of your team today?
Oh, just a battle, just not quitting, and that we showed a lot of grit in that second half, especially the fourth quarter. We didn't give up, and we've been doing that all year. We've gone through some adversity, but we've done that all year. And we dug ourselves a hole, and I think a lot of it is just coming out of the locker room at the beginning and getting confidence at the beginning of the game like we had it in the second half.
And, of course, when you're playing a team that has speed like Toledo Notre Dame does, that can cause a little bit of disruption, especially early on in a game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to adjust to that, and I thought we did. We had 11 turnovers the first half. I think we had about 3 the second half. So we adjusted to that speed pretty well. We just got to get that done early. I know the shot by number 10 was a big shot. I mean, we're right there. We had number 24 trapped along the baseline there, and thought we had him, and she made a nice kick out, and that girl made a big shot at the end.
Oh, and Sophie, you had a big game as well, especially in the second half, helping get your team back into this. 13 points, 9 rebounds, just missed out on that double-double. What was it like out there today for you?
The first half was a little slow. We didn't have very much energy. But I think definitely the fourth quarter, we started talking more, and it gave us more energy, and we got going, and we broke them down on offense. Well, our defense, their offense, and I thought we did really good.
And of course, coming and playing at an event like the Classic in the Country, you're going to play against some tough competition you might not see on your regular season schedule. How much is that going to help you and your teammates as, believe it or not, we're getting that much closer to tournament time?
Our conference is pretty good. It'll definitely help us with the tougher games. Yeah, their pressure really helped us because we don't have many teams doing that, but we can definitely use it to play teams like Salem.
And what's it like playing in an atmosphere like this? I know you had right near the end there, things getting in. You had the next game's fans starting to come in and getting into it. What's it like playing in an atmosphere like we have here at the Classic?
It's energetic. You feed off the energy, and you just play. It makes it more fun.
Well, Coach Sophie, thank you for your time. That was a heck of a performance out there. It was great to see just your team come through and just show grit all the way to the end.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Appreciate it.
Stay tuned. We'll have more interviews coming up here on the WKLM YouTube page as well as WKLM-FM.com.